Go and please, I'm doing something.
Sorry that you can't hear me. Yeah. So currently we are just doing a recap. I hope you can hear me now. And so when you open this, now we've done. Sorry that you can't hear me. Yeah. So currently we are just doing a recap. Yeah, it's because I was on YouTube. So YouTube was playing back what I was doing. All right. Today it's funny, but it's all good. Right. So we come back here and let me showcase this. So this is the paragraph, right? Bless, is it okay for you? Are we good? Good. All right. Then we also learn about, yes? Just type Lauren. And then you hit enter or tap, and then it will do it. Then we have let me go back. The way it folded. It has. Yes. Oh, is that so? Then let me change the. All right. So let me change the listing. The theme. Okay. So let's see. Let me see if I better for everybody. So that's atomic one dark. Let me see if there is a better one that. Oh, yeah. I hope you can see, right? All right, good. Okay, so right now we've done the headings. So we have H1 to H6. Then we have paragraph like P, like, so I hit P tab or P enter, and then it will complete the task for me. Then I'll enter Lorem. If you want more text, you can add a number to it. Are you with me? So I can say Lorem 100, and then I'll get 100 gibberish or 100 text. Okay, words, basically. And that's it. And I will save. Last time we installed an extension. Who remembers the name of the extension? The extension. What was the name of the extension? Yes? Live server. Good. So once you click on it, you install it and you click on it, it opens a live page of your web page, right? So a live server of your web page. So you can see this is what we've written so far. And when you right click on it and you view page source, you see the code that we've written. Please, are you together? You see all the code that we've written at the back. That's it. Okay. Now let's go back again. So for those online, there's it. So let's go back to, yes. And now we also learned about links. Do you remember that? Yes. And so this is the bare bones of a link. So href, and in the href, that's where you put whatever you want to reference with. Then I can put over here, maybe visit this link. All right. So if I go back to my page and I look at it, you see that down here, visit this link is showing. Can you all see that? You all can see that. So what else did we look at? We also looked at images, right? And for images, we could go to unsplash.com, right? I'm hoping that our network is really doing things. Lifesaver. Yeah. The first one by Richwick. Yeah. Good. And then I could search for maybe, let's say I'm searching for, well, this image is nice to me. It kind of, hey, these two images are really, they're kind of appealing, yeah. Yeah, so I'll just download this I won't even download it I'm not going to download it. I just want us to open it up, see if we can get a link. So I'll copy the image address, right? Then I would go back to our text. Let me come up here and then say image. All right. Then I'll say IMG like this, and I'll paste the link inside the source. Are you with me? I hope no one is lost, because as I said, there's going to be a very fast recap. Good. So I paste it in there, and the alt. What is the purpose of the alt? Marcia and Delphine, what's the purpose of the alt? To define like the. No, you are lying. Purpose of the alt, Simon. Purpose of the alt. Very good, very good. See, he that's why he said he met me in the example. So I could say maybe, and so the alt is coming from alternative text. So alternative, if the image does not show, the text should show. So and on splash image, all right? We good? Yes. All right, so let's look at it. Now, and then when we come back and we refresh, see it. Can you see the image? Very huge. Very, 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 very huge. These are real Black people, man. Box water is better. Okay, so then we can control the image by some, what did we say? What is the name of these things like this? What is the name? You guys have forgotten everything. Attributes. Yes, so attribute, and I can say 300, just like this. And it's going to be measured in computing fundamentals. It's going to be measured in, good. So we open it up and you can see it is having over 300 pixels. And we did not set the height, but it will move with the aspect ratio. The browser itself would calculate the height based on the aspect ratio. Now, the aspect ratio is, you guys have done ratio in primary schools and in JSS. You see that when we say the ratio, maybe like the ratio between your height and your width, right? You see, currently, the width that you have and your height, they must complement. Am I making sense? When we talk about the BMI, they must complement. So if your weight and your height are not in the right ratio, you see that it's going to have some complications on your body. Is that not so? So the width of the images that we put on the screens, these images also have something we call an aspect ratio, like their BMI. And if we set, so for example, if I come back here and then I say, okay, I'm going to give the width 300 and I'm going to control the height, and I'm going to give the height, let's say, watch something. I'm going to give the height 200, right? Now, when we go back, well, it looks like everything seems to be perfect. Maybe I got right with the images. But then what about if I put this to be, let's say, 100? And then I come back here. See the image we had, it's squishing, meaning that this is not following the right aspect ratio of the image. Clear? Confused? Good. So with this, we are done. We've done a quick recap. There are other things we looked at, the different types of elements. We said how many types of elements we have, and what are they? You need to speak louder, there are people here. Block level and inline. Then we said there are two types of tags. There is what? open and close, and there is also what? Self-closing tags. So these are things we have looked at. We also talked about the span elements. We talked about the header, the nav, the section. Do you remember that? Okay, good. So today, after I'm done with the forms, and before we go for break, or during the break time, I'm going to give you guys an assignment. Then you prepare it, and then once we come back, we zoom in into what? CSS. Clear? All right. So, with your permission, I'm moving to what? HTML forms. Okay, so let's look at forms. I think, so 1 minute, just a second. Okay. So, I don't know, there's someone who sent me. Yeah. Okay. So let's look at this. I'm going to create and call it forms and .html. Are you with me? Okay. Then now, how do we begin? And what do we get from it? The boilerplate, the HTML boilerplate, and that's it. And so we have this. Then now we are going to talk about forms. We are going to talk about what? Now you remember that last time we talked about containers, right? And we said that an example of a container is what? Dave, which is what? A meaningless container. What else? What other container do we have? Section. Simon, what other container do we have? Hey, what other nav? Good. Coyote, another container. Header. What else? Footer. Aside. These are all containers. Now the form also is, there is a form container, okay, which houses what we call input elements or input controls. So input elements. What is the point of the form? Now think about this. Normally, when it comes to we going for, we are doing registration, right? What do we have? We have a form. And in the form, we would be writing and filling our names. Bless, you are this year's old, you are a male, you are transgender, or you are a male, or you are female, you are his male. Are you him or they? Okay. All right. So you will fill all this, right? And then when you are done, what do you submit? Please, are we together? These things I'm talking about is exactly what you're going to do in the form. So when we are done with what we submit, and so we also learn how to submit forms online. Clear? There are controls that we use in form. So you see that there are some, when you are filling the registration, there's a part you need to put a number. If they say text, you are going to put 1M. Depending on the way they put, so sometimes you have to tick, sometimes you have to do asterisks, right? There are instances whereby you may have to probably do something else. It could be that you are just supposed to select, check some 5 boxes. So they can ask you, what are your favorite forms? Then you have to check them through the boxes. Am I making sense? Yeah. So all the things that are inside these forms that we've been using in our day-to-day activities, we can also mimic them on the web. And that is what we are going to do today. So remember, there are input controls. There is also a submit button. I get it. And then there's also where are we submitting it? If you come and take the game platform, right? Where will you submit it? Game, right? So if you also take these forms, we need to find a location where we are submitting it. So have the same mentality. Don't lose it, it's the same thing. And then we are going to build forms. Clear? Good. All right. So let's look at it. We start with form, a tag called form. like this. So it's open and close, a block level element. Then inside the form, we have something called action. Action is where are you sending the form to? All right. Action is what? Yes. Who is going to process the form? Are you getting? Because wherever we send the form is where the action is taking place. If you send a form to GIMPA, then GIMPA is the people who are going to what? Process the form. That's why we call it what? Action. So if you look at it, it says the URI of a program that processes what? The form information. So all the information we are going to put inside the form must be processed by that URI that you are going to place in the action. So that means the action is also like the href, but in this case, it is a location whereby we do what? We process the form information. Clear? Good. Then there is also what? The method. Now, the method here, please take it serious. This part, you get it. When it comes to when we get to advanced classes like Node, REST APIs and stuff, this part we wouldn't suffer. For now, there are two types of methods that you need to have it at the back of your mind. We have one called the get method and one called what? The post method. We call it what? The get and what? Oh, I'm not getting the vim. The get and then the post method. Now, when you say go, let's assume that you have a dog, right? And then you throw a ball. What normally do we say to the dog? Fetch. Another way we can, what other synonym would we give to fetch? Yes. Get. So when we say get, it means we are trying to get something. Is that not so? So meaning that whatever information we are submitting in effect to get something back. Am I making sense? So that means this action takes the URL to process it. But then the method is going to tell the action that, hey, this very form wants to get something back. Are you getting it? So we are going to fetch some information. The post, in this case, let's use the example of the post office, right? You go to the post office. What do you do? What term do we normally use? Send or post. We are going to post something, post letters. So when we post letters, you see, when we are going to post them, what do? We seal it in an envelope, right? No one knows the content of what is inside the post. And you will see that when we are doing post 2, we do not see it. These two things, at least for now, should be at the back of it. And we are going to see them in action. So now we have a form, which is a form element, and it has two major attributes. One is what? Action. The other is what? Method. Then now, inside the form, we are now going to deal with what? The controls, the input controls and the labels. So we have input. And the input has a type called what? Text. Are you with me? The input has a type called, has an attribute called what? Please, pause. No coding for now. No coding for now. Let's be here. The input has an attribute called what? And this input is a self-closing tag. It's not open and close. You get it? Good. And remember last time I said that sometimes we can omit the end slash. But these days in some frameworks like React, if you omit it, if you are using something called TypeScript, it will complain. So you normally add it there. Now, you see, input is a control element. Now, the thing is this. The input can be anything. Like, as I said, we could have numbers. Is that not so? We could even have, like, we want people to shade a color. Are you with me? So, in that case, there are different types of inputs. That's why we have the attribute what? Type. So, this one is going to accept what? Text. That would be strings, right? We could have another input that accepts only what? Numbers. We could have an input that accepts what? Dates. We could have an input that accepts colors. Am I making sense? So let's see this first one in action. So I'm going to go live. And then we'll look at it. So you see, this is the input. You see, there is nothing in there. And all we can see is what? A blank. And here I can come in and start typing. Are you seeing it? Simon, good? Please, are we all good? We all good, right? Great. Now let's go back. So we have input type text. Then we could have, so let's just look at all of them. We could have input and we could say number. We good? Let's check it out. So now we do not know what it is, but you can see that when I hover over it, you see the what we have a name for it. It's maybe I forgot, but you can see I can click on it and we can be moving. Are you seeing it? Please, are you guys with me? All right, we can be going to the negatives too. I could say, but you see, when I start typing, I'm typing it, but now it's not allowing me because the input control is accepting what? Numbers. Good? Thumbs up if it is good. Great. All right. Now let's look at another thing. We could have inputs. And then here, I'm going to write dates. All right, hopefully it works sometimes. Yeah, so look at it. What do we see? And you see, we get a calendar, right? And I could go scroll down. So maybe January, boom, something like that. 1913. I'm not sure anyone is alive now. Right. Yeah, but we can see that you are alive by 1913. Okay, all right. Yeah, so we are getting there. Let's go gradually. Yes. So now we come. There is daytime. So input like this. And then we would go back, check, and you see here we are not seeing anything because the input controls doesn't take it like that. But then I think there is one. Let me see. I'm hoping. Let me see. Is it local or local? I don't know. Yeah. No. It's not showing. Okay, so wait. Dates, time, I think it should work, maybe. Yeah, now we just check it out right now. Oh, there used to be. All right, let's see. It's daytime. It should pick it up. Yep. Element is the inputs. I'm not hearing you. So let me attack the first question, then I come to yours. Now, daytime, I'm not getting the right key. Daytime is going to give us both the date and the time. Are you with me? The date and what? The time all together. I am surprised I'm not getting the date time here, but I think, Kaede, do you remember that? Daytime. As in, let me go back to what you are saying. You mean here? No, the daytime. Yes. First of all, is your daytime working on your machine? It's giving me blank. Yeah, no. I'm not sure we are using wait. So when in doubt, check. So we can have input. So there's a place you can also be checking some of W3 schools. All right. Yeah. So you come here. So that is where you can learn quite a lot of stuff. So Let's say you go to HTML. Okay, are you with me? Good. And then let's see. And then you can scroll down to forms. So let's see, where is forms? Where is it? Hey. Yeah, forms. So input form elements or input types. When you click on input types, now scroll down, you see we have date time, but I wrote this and it wasn't, okay, I did locale, that was why. So let's go back. And then let me, so I hope we are learning.
Yes.
Are we learning? All right, so let's go back and I'll check it. So you see, this is the date time locale. So the term should have been locale, right? So here it means that we are looking at the local time. Now we have universal time, UTC. Okay, and we also have the local time. Sometimes we even have the time on your machine. Are you getting it? Good. So over here, when you say date time locale, see what we get. You see, so let's say I'm building an appointment application. You wouldn't like people to just select the date. You like them to also select what? The time. So in that case, I could say, okay, let's say you are building a flight application. So I could say 28, then maybe I want to leave at 12:35. And by doing that, now you have it in there. Clear? Good. Now, Marsha, you were asking, please, is your question answered? Where is your confusion now? As in, and then there is daytime. Time locale. Yes, and that's what I'm explaining. When it comes to daytime, that means the two are going together, the dates and the time. Now, in program like JavaScript, okay, when you write something like, when you set a date, the date gives you something we call a timestamp. Now, the timestamp consists of the date, the time, the milliseconds, okay, everything smashed together in seconds. So we would split it and sometimes we get a date time, which will give us the date, which is like this. For example, if I say this date, then date time will be this with the time attached to it. So whether it is PM or it's AM, it will read it from the military one, 00 to what do you call it? 23:59. That's how it's going to read it. That is date time. Now, when we say daytime local, then we are referencing the same daytime, but here we are looking at what? The local time. Because as I said, there is also what? Universal time. There is internet time. The time on the internet is a bit different from the time we are having here. That's why sometimes when you have your mobile phones and you go online, you see that if your time is messy, they will tell you that you need to change your time to conform. Are you getting it? And there is a local time. Your own currently in Ghana is what? 9:34. Are you getting it? This is our local time now. But if we are talking about UTC time, that is not 9:34. It will be a different time schedule. Does it make sense? You sure? So you were asking about what type of element they input. What do you think it is? Check it. Inline, perfect. So you can see that as the more we are adding, they are all adding up on there. So it's an inline level what element. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Simon, are you confused? You sure? Today Magdalene did not come. You are not smiling a lot. Are you fine? All right, let's go back. So now we could also look at another one. So now we've learned what? Input text, input number, input the Delphine, Claire. I hope you are not lost. Then daytime local. There's also what? Input type email. This came in HTML5 because some of the inputs that we'll be collecting, let's say you are building a login application, people have to log in with their email and password. So in that case, what do? Over here, you see, if it was a proper form and I was hitting enter, it will tell me that I needed what? The @ symbol. So here it will need maybe done@birthday.com. Sorry. And behind the scenes, it has something we call regular expressions. We've not gotten there. That is using to check that what you have written, it is an email. Are you getting it? Good. Can I continue? All right. Then there is also what? Password. Okay, so inputs, sorry. And then password. You see, when we look at password, see over here, whatever I type, what do you see? See, are you getting it? But then, so let's say I'm going to type a password. So, and you wouldn't know, right? But I can right click on it. Please observe, I can right click on the input element, go to inspect, and then you see over here, oops, sorry. So you see over here, this side, can you see what is over here? What do you see over here? Do you see it? Password, right? So I can change it to what? Text. Hit enter, and you see, this is what I wrote in there. Yeah, he's happy. Are you getting it? So behind the scenes, the code that is being written, you could alternate it, but you can't do anything with it apart from just the password that you're able to see. Oh yeah, there is something called CSRF, cross-site script, whereby you can be able to do some advanced hijacking of a particular form in another particular website. But bad mind. Yeah. Okay, so you can check more on that CSRF. Okay, or you can say form hijacking. And you can read a lot about it, form action hijacking. And what they do is that sometimes the action, where the action is, all right? So think about it. It's really, really important. Watch something. Over here, you see that we said there is an action. So if I go back and then I enter, let's say, HTTP / maybe code Google like this, right? And I come here. What will happen is that in here, I can hijack the form in a particular website, right? Change this action, right? So maybe this is going to maybe a bank or whatever. Let's say, think about it. I know that most people who uses their bank's passwords and stuff is the same password probably they may be using for other web applications. So I built Facebook, something similar to Facebook. And then you come in there and you are typing, right? Or someone is on Facebook. Then I hijack Facebook's form action over there. And so in there, I can type http / maybe gtbank.com. So when you submit, I may have built my own scripts on this particular server. And that's going to take your information and then process it. Is that dangerous? Eh? From that form that you think you are submitting your stuff for, if I've hijacked that web application, then I would take that information and post it on my server. And I can get access to all the details. Then I can log in back to Facebook as you, because I have you. If I go to Facebook right now, all right, so Facebook. Oh, now I've already logged in. So let's go to a place I may not have logged in. I don't know. What website would I give me a website that we can log in? What? LinkedIn, I'm already logged in. Tumblr, dangerous site. No. Tumblr, I may have logged in. You know, well, I may have, let me be careful before I disgrace myself. What would we have? What other web portals? Snapchat. Yes, they share the moment. Because now there's Snapchat desktop. You have to log in and, but let's say something like, let's go to GT Bank. Let's go to internet banking. Okay, and so you see, when you should read this article, how to test for form action hijacking vulnerabilities and how to prevent it. Yeah, he is. Fidelis. So login, so online login. So let's log in. And now please pay attention. The forms we are talking about is exactly what you're going to see here. Okay, so yeah, login. So you see, that's why these days some are very smart. They bring in these kind of funny things. But let's still look at it. So you see, they have disabled what we call the context menu. I'm right-clicking it, but it doesn't allow me to right-click. You see, so using JavaScript, we can disable you from copying from right-clicking. Because if that's not the case, once I right-click, I can get to know what's happening behind the scenes. What you just saw. So watch it. The whole part has been disabled. You can right-click. But we could go to another bank. I should think. So let me try that one. That's good. So Control G. No, that's I think it's so they blocked that one too. They've blocked it. They've blocked it. They've blocked it. Yeah. You see? They're being very smart. So let's try APSA. Let's try APSA. But I hope you are learning something. Yeah, so you can see that some, so right now, at least I'm advertising some banks and they need to pay me. So you can see some banks are very careful with their online applications. Now, let's go to APSA and internet banking, login. Let's go to login. And let's go to GCB, our own. So, and you realize that you could look at it, if it's possible, you can go and play around there. If you are caught to, don't tell them I told you to go and play around that place. Yeah, but these are things. So let me see. Internet banking. Okay, so let's click on it. Oh, the links are quite. Yeah, so they are saying, so login. Let me log in with this. As for banks, I would be quite sure that they are quite serious about their, and it would not surprise you there could be vulnerabilities in here all through. Are you getting it? Yeah. You doubt it. So we are online, be careful. So now let's look at it. So I'm going to right click here. Now I'll click on inspect element, right? Once I click on it, now watch it. So see. Let's scroll up. I hope you can see. So let me use it to go down. Let me close this. So you could see form. The form is here. And here, you can see that they have what? The username, the password, right? And actually, they are using JavaScript to write this form. So, but then here, in here, someone could do action. So this is what people do. We build, I might be teaching, I'm teaching HTML, look at what I'm teaching you guys. So there is something called MITTB, man in the browser. So we build a plugin in that you would download unaware. So for example, you could say, I'm visiting, let's say, a torrent website. And then as you are downloading the torrent file, that man in the browser is also embedded around that file. You see, so once you execute it, it comes and rests quietly on your browser, which is what? Your Chrome browser. Okay, so now you go on the web pages and you are browsing. Now, as you are browsing, the man in the browser could be injecting the form links, the action, the URL into the action, and you would not know. And so if the one who built this web application have not placed in, we have the CSRF tokens. If they've not placed these kind of things inside the web application, that one is as easy as no. You will just, that means that the MIT will be reading all the things you are doing. And then when you are not even there, the person, because that MIT is also sending data to whoever has created that, oh, this guy, these are the details. Then he can also go back in the browser and then log in and then, siphon your money. There's serious security issues. And so you see with GT, you realize that they have disabled it. So you can't even have access to, which is more secure, right? Yes, it's because if I can have access to your code, I can really do a lot with it. And upside, I don't know, yeah, here too, yeah, well, it's possible. We could. But then the issue is that though this could be, you realize that sometimes there are some hidden, yeah, you can see it, they have it there, CSRF token. So if you are trying to manipulate, and there's a hidden input, you wouldn't see it there. If you are trying to manipulate anything, it can flip out that, hey, what you are trying to do, this submission is not coming from a valid user. Clear? It should be there. If it's not there, then it's dangerous. I mean, yeah. It is dangerous. Yeah, so I would recommend they need to check their systems and check whoever has built it should ensure that the CSRF token. We shouldn't do it online. Yeah, but you should tell them now that you know, when you go to the bank, you should report it to the IT guy that, hey, I went to a web training and we checked, we realized that there is vulnerabilities on your web application. And so check it out. Because actually this can be a big deal. Yes, it can be a big deal. All right. But do not be surprised that it will still be very difficult hacking into it. All right, so back to the real world. Yes, whenever you're teaching web programming, all attention goes to hacking somebody. Oh, blacks, God have mercy on us. We like hacking too much. Maybe I'll probably have to include it in my class. Yeah, so now you understand the daytime locale, the daytime, you understand all this stuff, right? Yeah. Good. So let's go back again. And then let's look at, so we have password. We can also have inputs, and then there could be file like this. Okay. And then when you look at it, watch. Ooh, what are we seeing here? Yeah, you see it. And I'm sure you've seen this several times. Yeah. Choose a file, choose a profile picture. That's it. Okay. Then there could be also what? Inputs, what? Let's say color. And you can see it here. Are you with me? Look at it, input color. And we could select a color that we want. We could change it to hex value, and we can copy this. And maybe I could say I want this. So it could be that you are building an application that picks colors, or you want, it's a color picker application for web developers. That's one thing you can do. All right. Are we good? All right. So now with just these few ones, let's try and build. Okay, we are not even done. We could also look at inputs readily. Input what? Radio. And when we say input radio and you click on it, you see that you get this radio button. And this radio button is used to select when we expect the inputs from the user to be one, just one, like gender, male or female. But these days we have they, him, we have all those things. So let's say, are you black or you are white? Are you that kind of, so it's used to take Boolean-based kind of inputs, okay? All right, so, and then there is also what? A checkbox, okay? So we could have input checkbox like this. But this one, unlike the radio, help us, we can check multiple. Are we together? Claire, who is confused? Confused? Bless, confused? Are we all good? Bliss, also is bliss. Oh, okay, bliss. We are in a bliss. Yeah. All right, so what's next? Then we could have the submit could come in, right? Which gives us, you have a question, Marcia? So submit, and then that one, we click on it and we submit. You see, as I click submit, you can see that what? It is trying to submit something. It's trying to submit something. And you know where it's going? It is going to google.com. Why? Why do you think it is so? Who can tell me? Why? Why did it come here? Someone should tell me. That's what? Yes, so you can look at it here and watch something. If you go back, you see that in the form action, we place what? https://code.google.com/p. And as I told you, the action is where you are sending that information to be processed. Am I making sense? And the moment you put in submit type like this, you are trying to say that this is going to be your action button. Clear? Good. Now, all the inputs, with the exception of radio, checkbox, color, file, right, can have other additional attributes. We could have, all of them can have a name. The name is what identifies that input. The name is what? What identifies. I will say maybe I am collecting first name. So there's a first name. Are you with me? Then there is also value. The value is what the user places inside what? The input. The value is what the user does what? Places it inside the input. Am I making sense? Good. So I could, you see, right now, when I come back to this, there is nothing showing in here, right? But watch something. If the value over here, I say equal to, and I say Kofi Jones. You see that it appears in there. You see that? Kofi Jones. Who knows Kofi Jones? Watch your honor. It's a series. Yeah, the guy is in there. So Kofi Jones is what? The value that you, the user, you are going to what? Type into it. Clear? If I come here, input, and I say value, I hope you can see what I'm doing. And I say value, and I put in here what? Maybe, sorry, yeah, I put in 34. You see that it is there. Clear? Date. I can come in here, and date is quite tricky sometimes. So it says it's DD, so 09/02/2022. You see that it doesn't really pick it up. That's what I said earlier on. Dates can be quite tricky. All right. Okay. Then there is what? Let's say color. I don't know. Let's see color. I could say value, and then I can say hash. So for it doesn't pick it. So you see that the color doesn't have what the value-based input kind of stuff. Email, I can come here and I can say value. Then I can say Kayode@gmail.com. You see it there. But you realize that because this is a value, I can clean it. Are you getting it? I can delete the information in there. Am I making sense?
Yes.
Are we confused? All right, good. Then there's another one. That one is used to serve as like a guideline, a cue to your users that, okay, we are expecting this kind of information in here. And that's what we call a placeholder. So over here, I can say your first name. Are we good? Then I'll open it here. And what do you see? Your first name. Are you seeing it? Please observe it.
Yeah.
But here, you see, I can't erase. It is, I just write on top of it. By serving as like a guideline. And which is very important. Normally, when you build web applications, you want your users to. So you see, when you go to the GCB bank, they don't have that. So it's not helping with accessibility. If we come here, they also don't have it. These guys don't also have it. But I think if we go to some websites, you will see that if, I'm sure you've seen those things. Yeah, you have a question. Yeah, so good. So the value, you don't normally do it yourself, right? The value is what you need Fidelis to do. Let's say you have built your application, you want Fidelis to rather come in there and submit his information. The information he's placing inside the input, that is what the value. Am I making sense? That is what is going to be submitted. Am I making sense? Do we understand it? Now, the one that would serve as a guideline so that he knows that, okay, over here I have to place my name, over here I have to place my age. That is what we refer to as what? The placeholder. Clear? Makes sense? Makes sense now. So the value in web applications, when we hit doing web applications itself, that is where you realize that sometimes you see you want someone to edit a form. I've submitted my form already, but I want people to edit. If I want people to edit, what do? They will click on their name, right? And then the values that I have in my database must show. In that case, that's where you would use the value. But we've not gotten to that part, so you wouldn't get that part here. But understand that for now, the value is provided by your users. And you only offer them what? The queue, that is the placeholder. Clear? Good. So I can say here, let's say, email. I can say email, then I'll put in here. So email, I can say you@example.com, something like this. And then when we go back to our document, you see it here. You@what? Example.com. Does it make sense? Do we follow? Great. Great. Good morning. How are we? Great. So with that, we have what? You@example.com as what? As the queue. And you see, we can clean it, right? You can't clean it. You can't clean it. You see, because that's a placeholder. It is what? A placeholder. Clear? Bliss. Good. Fidelis. Okay. Now, there is another thing. Some forms we want people to, no matter what, they need to write something in there. You know, if you are filling some forms, you can say, oh, this is not required. And some too, they are what? required. So there's another attribute known as what? Required. It's as simple as it is. So I can say required like this. Email, I can say required. Are you getting it? Now, by placing required in there, it means that if the user has not placed in anything, the form will not submit. Does it make sense? Guys, are you? Kofi, does it make sense? I'm saying that, please pay attention. Required is another attribute we place in the input controls. If you say required on an input control, what it means is that if the user has not placed in any value, right? You've seen what values are. If the user has not placed in any value, you can't submit the form. So you are making that form, that input, what? A required input. And so when we come back here, see, I'm going to try to click on submit, right? Watch what is going to happen. So I click on submit. What do you see? You see that it gives us what? So, it's my auto, but you can see beneath it, it will say, so wait, there is, autocomplete off. That's also another, so you see, what do you see? Please fill in this field. So, and it's coming as a result of what? The fact that it is a required field. Now, let me say my name is Fidelis, right? I'll click on submit again. You see that now it says, please fill in this field, which is what? The email. Now the email, let me just write something like this and hit again. Now you see, it asks us another question. Please, it tells us another that please watch. Please include an @ in the email address. This is because the type is what? Email. So if the type was text, we will not see this. Am I making sense? Do we understand it? Clear to everybody? If I knew you're going out, I would have made you buy me water. Does it make sense? We all understand. Any question? Okay. So with this, now let's build a proper form. Can we? Once we are done, we go on a break. So I'm going to create another file again, and I'll call it registration.html. And then in here, so please follow with me. Are we good? So form, sorry. And then I'm going to say, now, yeah. And tab. Enter. Good. You don't have your IntelliSense working. Install an extension, HTML, type HTML file, install it. Yeah, it should help. Yeah, so watch something. Form action. We are going to do, and I've not taught you one thing, so I could say, watch something. You see that when we go back to this form, you realize that they don't have labels, right? So you can't differentiate them, right? So there is also something called a label. And so I'm going to do this label like this. And then I'll say first name. Beneath it, I'll have an input and I'll call it, it will also have a name called what? First name. Okay. And it will have an ID, an identifier. Remember in HTML some time back, we talked about IDs and classes. So an ID, the ID is the ID uniquely, you say uniquely identifies an element on an HTML page. You can't repeat an ID. Once you assign it to an element, that is it. That ID is unique in the entire HTML file. Clear?
Yes.
Good. So, and then the form input has what? A name. And as I said, it is the name that out of the name, we are also identifying the field. I'm hoping I'm not confusing anyone. Are you? Stop the coding. Coding come to an end. Good. What I'm saying is that every input, in fact, all elements on in HTML has at least two basic attributes, a class and an ID. The class uniquely the ID uniquely identifies what? An element. The class doesn't uniquely identify, it identifies groups of what? Elements. That's what a class does. Good. Now, so a class can be repeated, an ID cannot be repeated. Does that make sense? Good. Now, the form fields, the input controls, they also have an attribute called what? Name. They have an attribute called what?
Name.
Now, you see, once you submit the form, right? How are you, the developer, going to what? Pull in the values that you know that, okay, this value belongs to username, this value belongs to date, this value, how do you get to know that? That is by the power of what? The name attributes. So it's like you are naming each word, each field. And each field has a name. Because they have a name, you can easily what? Identify what? The field. And you can associate each field with what? The value. Do we get it? Does it make sense? Okay. So now if I come here, let's go back and watch what we are going to see. Oh, sorry, I've not. So let's go live. And then you see something, label and what? Input, right? Label and what? Label and input. Now, let's do another label and input again, all right? We just write label, a tab, and then first in between. So it's a tag, open and close. You write first name and then you close it. I'm going to do it again. So we have label, you see it, and then I'm going to say surname. Then next will be input. It's also going to be a text. And I'll say name, and name will be a surname, ID surname. Are you with me? Are you with me? Is anyone confused? I'm not getting it. Is anyone confused? Are we good? If you are good, thumbs up. Now let's look at it. Watch. Do you see it? Surname. And then it is here. We good? But we know that now label and the inputs, they are all what? What type of elements are they? Marsha. What type of elements are they? Carry inline. Good. And we wouldn't like our form to look like this. So for us to make it look what? Block level, what do you think we can do? Think. What do you think we can do? I can't hear. How do we break to the next? That would work. That's also good. That will work. But I don't think we should go by that for now. Let's think of another way. Pardon? Put it in the table, but it's too extreme. Perfect. Paragraphs. Why? Good, because paragraphs are block level. So either paragraphs or divs or sections. You see it? So you go with a simple approach. So we can put them in divs, right, or paragraphs. So I'll go back, and what I'm going to do is that I'm going to surround. So watch it. So I'll open here, P, and then I'll copy this, cut this guy, paste it in P, like this. You see? I have another paragraph. If I don't want the paragraph, I can make it a div. All right, so I can cut it again, div. And then when we open, you see it, now it is in stages. And then if I want a space, I could use your BR. Are you getting it? So if I want a space, there is another self-closing tag called what? BR. In between here, I can say BR like this. And then when I come, you see that there is a space in between them. Does it make sense? But if we were to go with a BR in the beginning, we'll have a lot of BRs. Are you seeing it? But then we go with this simple approach and it makes it easy and neat. Clear? Confusion is gone. Is it gone? Is it gone? Why is she not sitting with you guys? Yeah, okay. And because Fidelis, can you help her? She just joined, so or you are also confused. You are not confused. So please help her, okay? So he's going to be your boyfriend for this very day. After that, please exchange numbers. Don't do it for free. All right. So we have the BR, which is what? Like this. Then we can, what else can we ask for in a form? In a form? Well, yeah, we could go with password, but let's go with email first. So BR, then I'll have a div, right? And then I'll have label, then I'll say email, then I'll come to input email ID, email ID, email ID. And when we come back and we look at it, we have what? Email. Are you seeing it? So we are building our form. Are we together? Good. What else? Says password. So BR, div, so label, password. Yes, according to the way we want to build it. You could have chosen to do paragraph. You could have, someone could also, when we start doing CSS, we will not be dealing with BR. We will not even be dealing, probably, we might choose not to even deal with a div. We can find a way to just structure it in a way that makes beautiful sense. Are you getting it? Now, we do not have the SCSS tool, so we are using the concepts to build it up. And so we can go back, all right? And then we can see we have password. I guess in password, you see, we have our password showing. Clear? Making sense? Good. What else? Maybe we should do our submit button, okay? So then finally, I could come down here and I will say inputs, and I'll say submit. Oops, submit. It must be submit. You can't change the word. It must be submit. And then the value, I could say register. Please observe something. So when I go back and I check it, what do you see? Register. Clear? But I want some space in between it, so I can come back. And then what do? I'll do what? BR. And then we have our registration. Clear? Clear? Good. All right. Now, what we need to do is to also make some fields required, right? But before that, let's look at something. Let's try and submit the form, okay? So my name is Kofi Jones, Kofi Jones at honor.com. Password Kofi Jones. You with me? Are you with me? Then I'll click register. Now observe something. You would see that when you click on register, the information is populated at the URL. Let me see if I can make it more visible for you guys to see. So Yeah, so you can see this. Can you see? First name is what? Let me just copy. I'm going to copy what you see over here. Oh, sorry. Please, are we together? Yes. I am not getting the vibe this morning. Are we together? Yes. All right, good. So let's look at something. So I want us to go to our text editor. So let me go back to the text editor. So I'm going to paste it here so that you see what is in there. So the URL, you see that, what do you see? First name, so let's forget about right from, let's start here. You see, what do we see? First name, and what? Surname, and what? Email, and then what? Email is Kofi Jones, and then what? Password. Where do you think this first name is coming from? This very first name. As for this one, you know that that's what I wrote inside the info. But where is this guy coming from? There. The name. Give it. Oh, give it. It's coming from what? The name. The surname is coming from what? The name. If you doubt it, let's check it out here. So look at it. Let me just zoom out a bit and come back here. Look at it. First name. What do you see here? First name. If you can't see, let me change my, yeah. It's better, right? Oh, any of them that we use kind of have this. Okay, one Monokai. Is it better? Nah. I think the one dark. You need one that is one that you can see the divs properly, the list of divs. Oh. Wow. Okay, I guess we got to stick with this for the meantime. So, are you seeing it? The first name. Are you seeing that? That is what is connected to what? So it is what? Technically, we call it what? A name pair value. Are you getting it? So it is a key pair value. So we have name and what? The value. The name and what? The value. But you realize that when we did it, it was showing it to us at what? The address bar. Even our password is showing, which is something we don't want, right? So by default, say by default, when you submit without a method, all right? When you submit, when you create your form without a method, the method that is assigned to is a get method. It's what? We say we have two types of method. We have what? Get and what? Good. So the get method is normally used when we want, maybe we are searching for something. So for example, if you come to, let's say, Google, and you search for, so let's go back to our big eyeballing screen. Watch something. Over here, if I search for Kofi Jones, like this, do you see something? See, in here, what do you see? Kofi Jones. Are you seeing it? So we are doing a get request. We call them requests. A get method or a get request whenever we are on Google searching for something. And so it would, you will see that it is part of what? The URL. Am I making sense? But remember the analogy I gave you when I was talking about the post. The post we seal. You see, we put our information in the envelope and we do what? We seal it and we post it. So if we don't want people to see the things we are doing, the data we are sending across the wire, what would we use? What method would we use? What method would we use? What method would you use? The post. It makes sense now. So now I could go back to our stuff here. Okay, let me just shift back to this. And then in here, I'll say method. Sorry, so I'll say method. Then I'll say what? Post. You can make it capital or small. That one, no big deal. It will take it. Then when we are done, I would go back to our app here. And okay. So where is it? Good. So I'm going to clean what we have here. Refresh it. Now watch something. I'm going to say Kofi Jones. Kofi Jones. So Kofi at Jones. Oh, Jones. So Kofi, sorry. Kofi at Jones.com. Then all right, are we together? Now, when I click register, do you realize something? Nothing happens. And it got posted onto the page and it's telling us that what page is in, because it's going to somewhere. Does it make sense? But you realize that our users are unable to see it in the URL. But it doesn't mean we can't still see it in the browser. Right? So I could right click on the page like this, go to inspect, and go to what we call the browser console. Why is it not escaping? Yeah, good. So if you go to the browser console, okay, come here. So is it network or application? One of them. Let me change this guy. Please, but do you all understand it? Okay. Okay, so if you come to application, I should think it's an application. No, it's not working. I should think there's a way to pick it up. Yeah, so where is that? Okay, so it's not sources, right? I think it's network, but I don't know. Maybe I may have forgotten where I have to pick it from. But the key thing is that you should know that you can actually find the data. I think it should be somewhere. I'll just remember it and I'm sure we are going to do it. So let's go back here. Remember once again, what we do, I could say Coyote, Americana, then Coyote, at Americana.com. Then let's look at here. Let's look at this side. Let's look at the network. And let me hit submit. And something got submitted. Oh, you're supposed to be able to get, maybe because I've not placed in any file or something, I should think so. But then the key thing is this, that now we are able to submit to a particular page. So assuming that the action, we change the action to, we change the action to, let's create a page here, okay? Are you with me? In fact, let's create a page and I'll say maybe process dot maybe HTML. And then I would say over here, I'll just put over here, H1, one big H1, and I'll say thank you for submitting. All right. I'll come and say process.html here. Are you watching me? Please, are you with me? Because it's also a URL, isn't it? Then I'll come back to this. Okay. Refresh. Say maybe Marcia Dolphin. And then Marcia Dolphin.com. And then when I hit register, you see it's going to what? Process.html. You can see it. Okay. I don't know whether you can see it, but it's going to this place. It should have popped up with our, yes, because we are using a live server. So let me see. Let's look at what is going on. Let's not open it with our live server and see whether it's going to open anyway. So I'm going to use this. Where is the reveal registration without a live server? That's how it looks like. And then let's say Ralph. You see it? Because we were using a live server, that's why we were unable to get it out. But you see, it is it's posting it to the process.html. And what do we get? Thank you for submitting. So behind the scenes on the server, I could have written a server script. Like in several languages, we have PHP, we have Ruby on Rails, we have Python, we have C#. You can write something to process this data. Are you getting it? The data that is coming. And the data that is coming is a key pair value, right? Which is what? The name of the field versus what? The value. Simon, does it make sense? So in this case, another way one could do would be that instead of using process, we could have mail to. Are you getting it? And I can say mail to maybe this address dot example. So now that means I'm actually posting it as an email. Are you getting it? Now, if I come back here and then I refresh and I refresh. So I think I didn't show that on the screen, so I have to. And I hit register. You see, there is a star. It's trying to process. It's going to open my Gmail. You see it? And then it would like to process it. And see, this whole string you see here, what do you see? First name, Anthony. Surname, you see it? The data that you posted is what is going out there. And this is what we refer to as what? Oops. We refer to as form data. Does it make sense? We refer to it as what? Form data. Does it make sense? Do we all understand it? Okay. So now, your turn now. This is what you're going to do. First off, for the break, we are going to go on a short break now. So to practice what we just learned, create a registration form. Now the registration form should have a gender, whereby one person will select this, the gender. It should also have a drop down. Stretching your mind. If you want to learn more, go to the video issues. So you would go, you should have a drop down like the school that list. So you have about 5 schools in the drop down. Finally, there should be a checkbox. Select the type of food that a person wants on the menu. So you are building a registration form for students, right? No worry. It is well. Not well. Yeah, so I think what you need to do is you need to, for the purpose of, you need to fit it. Yes, because she'll be more, I think she'll be more but the way she is not, it's not there, no problem. We can also pass on to them, right? So please join them. You guys have to do. Okay, so the assignment is that for those online and for those offline, we are going on a short break. What you need to do is that you need to create a registration form. The registration form is taking inputs from students. It's like they want to tell, it's like a menu, all right? So you are trying to let the student register what kind of food the student wants, okay? And we need to know the gender of the students. At the same time, we need to know the time the student wants the food to be delivered, the date and time the student wants. So please do it, and we would get back shortly. So I'll be pausing the recording. Yes? Yes. So I'm going to write the assignment. So let me write the assignment so that everyone would see what we are doing. Okay, so quick assignment. Okay, so build a form. You can see it here. I'm writing it so build a form that takes inputs from your users. The following. So we have one, first name, surname, okay, date of birth, select allergies, okay, so hints, I'll give you a hint, use checkbox, okay, select school attending, so hints, use select. Then 6, okay, post the form to a page that says we will get back to you within, we'll get back to you shortly. All right, so drop down, select. All right, now gender. So hints, use, so the gender, the hint, what would you use? Radio button. So radio. Okay. All right, so Simon. Okay, so what else? All right. User should also choose favorite color. Date, time, where when it's too much, when food must be delivered. Lastly, location. All right, so please, there's the assignment. Just do it quickly and then Fidelis, are you okay? You need help? All right. Please, is anyone in need of help? All right, you start. And then when you hit any roadblock, let me know. Okay. Okay, well, let's Yes. So for those online, I hope you are with us. Alice, I hope all is well. Stephanie and Linda. Okay. So oh, okay. So Magdalene has also joined us online. Yes. Great. The question, okay. So yo, Charlie. Killer also. Cool. All right, so we'll get back and let's just do what we were assigned to do. All right, so let me just make my okay, so all right, so we are to build a form that has a first name, surname, date of birth, allergies and stuff. So let's see. I'm going to come here and I'll create a folder called final, and inside the file, I'll call it what? Form.html. Oh, sorry. Form.html. All right, and then, oops. Okay, so now, hey, what is happening? So we'll have, so actually we are doing the assignment together. Then at the end of the day, we can. So let's look at it. So we'll write form, and then in the form, what did we say our stuff would be? All right, so the form is supposed to have, is it a first name? So, yeah, so please, you mention them to me, all right? So first we have so I could create a div, right, with label, okay? And then I would say what? First name. Then the next will be an input with first name, right? But you see, I never talked about the for, right? I didn't tell you what it is for. Now, if you open it up, okay, you see right now, you have to click inside before you can type in something. Now, once you bring in the for, right? Where is it? All right. Oh, yeah. Once you bring in the for, and you bring in the same ID. Are you watching? Please, are you with me? Vim. All right. I put in the same ID here, right? And then I come back to the screen and I click on first name. You see that it focuses on it. That's the whole beef about the IDs and the for. Once you click on it, it makes you focus. So it's very good for accessibility. You know, not everyone is using the mouse. Some are using screen readers. Okay, so it's able to, so it's like you are linking the label and the input together. So by assigning the IDs together, what happens is that you've linked both of them together. Does it make sense? Please, you all understand it? Clear? Good. So now we can go back to our stuff here. And then what do? We have div, and then we have label. And then what is the next one? I thought someone was going to mention it to me. Pardon? Surname. Okay. And then we have input surname, and I could have surname here. Are you seeing that? The ID, not the name, the IDs and the form must be the same. Are you getting it? In some cases, some would wrap the label around the inputs. You see that in some people's school. It's also the same. Then the next thing will be what? Div. Then what comes next? Is it not email? Don't we have email in there? Okay, so date of birth, right? So label. So I can come here and I'll say date of birth. And then what do we have? Date of birth like this, right? So it's a date, not date time. But there is also an input called time, if you just want the time. Are you with me? Okay, then the next one is what? Allergies. So div, and the allergies, we want it to become what? Check boxes, okay? because someone can have multiple allergies. So we have label, and then we have allergies. Then over here is going to be what? A checkbox. So what I will do is I could say input type, then checkbox, then name, okay? And I'll call the name what? Allergies, okay? But then, because each allergy is unique, right? Each allergy will have a name. So let's say, so first of all, I can close it with this. Let me start with this. If we go back and we look at it, you see we have allergies. I get it, but this is not what we want. We want allergies to be on a standalone. Then we have maybe beans or peas, right? What? Carrots, something. These kind of things will be the allergies. Or you could allow it to be. Yeah, but so remember something. The first time we met, I told you that it is how you want it. Are you getting it? There is nothing like there's a right way or the wrong way. But remember that it's about design too. So when we get to the CSS, you realize that your design philosophies really must come to play. Are you getting it? You can't just be saying, well, whilst everyone maybe will have their navigation very clear, your navigation is missing, it's difficult for someone to see, no, then you are not really designing well. Are you getting it? Good. So we come here. So instead of this, I'm not going to write label, okay? I'll rather do this, H4. Are you watching? And then I will say allergies. You guys did that, eh? Hey, yeah. Then rather with this input, okay, this is what I'll do. So I'm going to show you the other type of label style. So label like this. I'll call this maybe beans. And then in here, I'll put the checkbox beans. Are you seeing how I've done it? This is a bit different from what we've been doing. But you see, in this case, it's the same kind of labeling thing that I've done. If we go back and we take a look at it, you see how it looks like. So if I click on beans, you see that I'm clicking on the beans and it's also active. Making sense? Confused? Good. So how many of you did any external research? All right, good. So the ladies, you guys did not, it was a quiz team. Then we'll come back down again and I'll say maybe nuts, okay? Then I'll close it. You see? So I don't want to keep typing everything. So I'll just go with X and then that's it. So when we go back, okay, there's a question on there. Oh, okay. So Magdalene also did a research. Congrats, Magdalene. So you can see it. So Bliss, what you were talking about. You can see that now they are all aligned. So I can click on this and click on this. And then these may be my allergies. But let's go back and take a look at something. You see, now we are having different names. And so when they go, that means they are all going to be submitted differently, right? Good. The other thing is that, you see, because they are going to be submitted differently, it's not bad. We could go with that. But someone too could go with maybe a value. It will have a value, and the beans will rather be in the value. And then here we would write allergies. So all of them are going to have what? Allergies. And then they will have different values. So not value, and then what? X. You confused? Oh, see, you are confused. You are confused. This one is all about. I'm showing I'm tough. You are confused. You are confused. All the ladies are here, so you feel shy to say, "You are confused. You are confused." Yes, you need to get it in the class. Don't go out and say you're going to get it. So what we are doing is, I see at first they were all different names, and we say that each name identifies what a field. But then what if we want to group all of them under one name? Because the thing is that, so when you come here, each of these guys, sure. Someone is also asking a question. So see, these inputs, right, the checkboxes, they are all going to, in the beginning, when we had name, beans, name, not name, X, they were all going to different what fields. But the thing is that they are all under what? Allergies, isn't it? So then how can we get that data going towards only like under the category of what? Allergies? That is where we would say, okay, then each of the checkboxes will have a value, but then the name would be the same, meaning that all these three checkboxes, they are all being submitted under one what? Category known as what? Name. Clear? Let's come to the one. Let me do something. So input, and then we would have submit. Oh, sorry. Okay. Now let's just look at this. Let's just look at this. Okay, so I'm going to. Oh, what's happening? Okay, so let me just click on this and click on. Now let's look at what we have here. You see something? Let's come here. I'm going to paste it in the, because I submitted it via what? What method did I submit it with? Get, good. Sharks are in the classroom. All right, so let's come here. And then let me paste it here and let's zoom in. So first name is here, right? That one we are aware of it, is it not? Surname too is here, true? Date of birth is here. Now look at allergies. We have allergies, beans, we have allergies, nuts. So you see that because we are using the same name for each of them, now it's easy for us to identify where beans belong to, where nuts belong to. But if we had done it with different names, that means we are going to get beans equal to beans, nuts equal to nuts. And what would that mean? It will mean nothing. Making sense? Really, do we understand it? It's like HTML broken down into pieces. Do we follow? Good. All right. Good. So let me go back. So now what's next? Apart from the allergies, what comes next? School. So we have school, right? So div. And then we have label. And then I'll say school. School attending. Okay. Now this one is going to be a select. So luckily my co-pilot does it for me. And I can, so now, what schools do we have? We have GIMPA. So you could use small letter, whatever you want to use. So GIMPA, what else? Legon is a school. UG. Then what else? I shall say. Okay. All right. So we have, so over here, we have Ashese. We have what? UG. And then we have what? GIMPA. Clear? You guys got this? So you guys did not do research for this one. You did a research on this one? No. Hey, Charlie. Master. Senior Marcia. That's right. Okay, so now you see we have school attendant, right? So I could select, you see, so if you do not want anyone to select as in the once the form loads, you don't want it to be selected, pre-selected. What you would do would be this. So you would come here and say option. So option like this. And then I can leave it blank. I get in, or you can even delete this side. And then right over here, select your school like this. Good. And then when we come back and then we refresh, you see it. So select your school does not have any value. So if you are going to submit, I mean, So if we put even here, if we put here required, right? What do you think is going to happen? If we submit and we've not selected, it would throw an error. You see, it should. Okay. It's not throwing the error anyway. It should. Oh, that shouldn't be the problem. Shouldn't be the problem. Yeah. Oh, maybe I'll check why it's so. Maybe I'm making a mistake somewhere. But the key thing here is that we can select what GIMPA, we can select what UG, you can select what Ashesi. And you can, so now we are getting somewhere, isn't it? Good. Lastly, what else? Gender. So Dave, then we have, so gender is supposed to be radio, right? So we have label, and then we have what? Gender. Then in here, we'll have our inputs, and then it will be what? Radio. But then the name must be the same. You see it? So I can say equal to what? Gender. And then here I will say value, because the value would be different. So this will be male. All right. Then I would come in here. In fact, if I like, I'll make this guy H4. Okay. Remove the H4 here. Cut this. Put label. Sorry. Please, are we together? Yeah. Okay, so here will be what? Male. Then I come down here. I can copy the same thing, paste it down here, make it what? Female. Yeah. And then once I come here and I refresh it, you see it. So we have male. So I'm not getting, we've not added. The 4 is supposed to be what? So ID. So I can say ID male, and then ID what? Good. So male, and then what? Female. Yeah, it is, because then you are not submitting anything. The value is what is going, is the data, is the input of the user, is the data. The value is the input of the data. Please say the value is what? Is that sentence right? Is the input of the data? No, is the input of the user, right? Is the data of the user. Good. So if I say that bomb this class, all of you will be bombing this class. So the value is the data given by the user. Are you getting it? The value is the data given by the user. So when we come here and you click on female, that means now see something. Now let's look at something here. Right now, I think there was a way I could inspect the form. I've forgotten how it's done, but well, who knows? So let's see male. I click on register, right? Let's copy this form. They should, okay, I think I might know why. Then we come here. Let's paste it here. Watch it. So I hope you guys are with me and I've not lost anyone. So first name, can you see? Yes. Surname, you can see. You can see. You can see. You can see. Now, so the allergies were 2 that I selected. So you can see we selected what? Beans and what? Good. Then we come to school. What did we select? UG. Then gender, we had what? Male. So the male is coming from the value. The nut you see is coming from where? The value. Are you getting it? So if you change the internal value here, if you change it to, oops, we went too far. If I change this value here to something else, to let's say what? What would we do? transgender, right? If we change it this way and we come back and then we kind of, let me clean this whole thing again, and then select and, okay, and let's see, I share sim. And then I select male. You see, to the user, he sees that he's selecting male, right? But when I click on register and I copy the URL, we come back to this, and then what do we see? We good. So let me clean, paste. Now look at the gender. What do we see? So where is the transgender coming from? Where is it coming from? All of us, where is it coming from? Good. So the value is what your users are giving out. So where they are texting, that is the value. Where they are clicking, that is the value they are inputting. So there are controls that you can control the value, right? Like radio buttons. We are controlling the value. But then the user is still the one going to select which one. And you see that with the radio button, you cannot select two at a time. The reason also is because of the fact that when you look at the radio button, like if I select this, I select this, you see, the reason is that both of them are sharing the same name. And the structure, that is the way they built it inside the browser, is that once they share the same name, if you click on one, the other one must disable, unlike the checkbox. For the checkbox, they should share the same name, but if you click on two of them, they do not uncheck. Does it make sense? I don't know, the way your faces are looking, are you really getting it? Or you are confused? Or now you just want to go to CSS? Yeah. Yeah, I can see. You want to go to CSS? Yeah. All right, so is that all? What is the last thing? What's the last thing? The what? Okay. Hey, my thing, is it frozen or what? Yeah. So we have color. So diff, and I can say label, and I can say color here, right? And I'll say, so I can change here and I can say favorite color. Then I come here, then I'll say input color, ID color, like this. Then the next one is location, right? So label, and then I will say location, and I'll say location. And then what else? I'll have a text, and the text will be location. And we can go back, take a look at it, and there we have it. Are you seeing that? So maybe the person's favorite color is this color, selects it. And you didn't? Oh, senior woman. Senior woman. How did you add your map? Walk us through it. The iframe. Okay. Hey, yeah. Last 2 weeks we did the iframe, right? That's good. That's good. All right. So we good. Permission to proceed into the world of CSS. Oh, sorry. So with all this long break, I thought by now. Oh. So right now, many questions so far. Because now, if you want to learn more, please go to, so you can see the input types. They are, there's even search, there is range, there is telephone, okay? There is URL. So if you want people to really enter URLs, not normal text, you use the URL. There is the week. We can try the week. You know, I could copy these guys. Yeah. We could go back and then say, and let's check it out. Check it out. So you can see this is the time. Are you seeing it? You see how it is? And this one is a URL. So it needs to be an HTTP or some sort of URL. And you see week. So with a week, you see how many weeks we have in a year? 52, right? So we could scroll down to the 52nd week, 31st December, and that's it. I get it. So we can actually build very nice applications with this knowledge that we've acquired. Any question? Why she's way off the grid there. Yeah, the video is there, it's online. And please, now we need to form a girls' code team. So, oh yeah, so there is a girls' code team. So please start collecting membership dues. Yes. All right, then the guys too, you have to form, because hopefully I have to organize some competition between the ladies and the guys. Yeah. just hit it up. All right, so we good. CSS. You want to break your CSS? CSS. Launch and CSS. All right, so let's take a breather. We would come back and work on the CSS. All right. Okay, so I'm pushing everything on GitHub too. You can visit GitHub and check it out. What do you mean? GitHub? No. No. We don't need to download anything. Ooh, what's happening? Kale, my man, I'm All right, so Ellis is saying that he thinks they are muted. All right, okay. Yeah, so Ellis, you can unmute yourself. All right, so back again from the break. We are now going to look at what? CSS. So I'm going to close this and then we would open a new one. So. Okay, so. Okay, so please just a moment as I order my things right. Yeah. Okay, so we have this. I'm going to share the screen. I'm going to share it to here. And good. All right, so welcome back. Now, CSS. I hope those online can also hear me as well. So I'll create a folder. All right, and we'll call it CSS. And then boom. So now we have CSS. Are we good? Better? I've not written anything in, so if you can't see, just relax. You see something. Yeah, if we get there, you don't see anything, draw my attention. Now, so now we have this. Okay, so CSS, just a quick primer. CSS is more or less like this. Take an example of maybe you trying to build a house. All right. Now you have all the resources, assuming that you are given your cement bars, blocks of cement, everything, right? And so you have them and you arrange them in a warehouse. Okay. Then now it's now time to design, build the system, the whole house, so that people will see that, oh, your house is beautiful. Because the same cement that is used to build this house is the same cement that could be used to build another house, right? Good. But the difference between these two houses will be the design. Is that not so? Good. So CSS has got more to do with designing. Designing or giving your website or the web page some sort of appeal, a visual appeal. You see, currently, when we code in HTML, all we see is black and white, with the exception of click links that will be like blue, right? Apart from that, everything is what? Black and white, then images. So what CSS does is that it brings order, it brings beauty, it brings aestheticism, right? It brings, what can we see? Anything that makes it beautiful. That's what CSS does. CSS also, these days, we have reached to a level called CSS3, which also help us to do animations, okay? We're able to animate from one thing from the one side to another side. We're able to do some transitions. So CSS has become very, very, very what? Powerful. Good? Yes. Now, for the purpose of what we are going to do, I'm going to teach you the essentials, what you need to get started in building very good site, so that we don't waste so much time on things that, I mean, today nobody uses. You see, I could let us start from things that people don't use, and it will waste our time. So why don't we just dip our feet right into what matters? And then later on, I'll give you pointers to how you can go back and revise on those other things. Clear? Good. So if you do not understand anything about CSS, CSS is like the blueprints. It's like the design of the house, the architecture. the one who is going to design. See the way, well, in Gimpo, almost all our houses, our offices are blocks. Some places they are curves, you know. Yeah, for us it's just, you know, square buildings. So this is what CSS does. Now, there are three major ways of writing CSS. One is inline CSS. The other one is embedded CSS. And then the last one is external style sheets. Now, before we, I think I need to write some stuff so that we are going to do some theoretical, theoretical. We have to do some theoretical stuff about CSS. And I beg to in this part, it's not good, but it's so essential that once you get it, everything about CSS clicks. Good. So if once I'm done, if it is still not clicking, then it means you are not really understanding CSS well. Okay. So can you guys see from here if I'm right? Okay, so unfortunately, those online can't see. Yeah, well, it's more or less like the advantage for those who are here. But I'll be speaking whilst, so I'm sure you guys will get it. Now, CSS. Okay. CSS has some principles. Okay, now we'll talk about principles. This is how CSS is. It's all about descriptions of how I want something to look like. Clear? Description. Keep it in mind. This is what I is. So, if assuming that today God appoints you that you are supposed to create another human being, and you have the choice to call out things, and things will happen in the person. So the person is there, but call out things. Maybe I want a big news. I want you just call it out, and then the images appear. I'm not going to ask the guys because I know that for them they'll go beyond normal. Yeah, a guy wouldn't mind to say that I want just one teeny tiny lady with a very fat ass. That's all. Yeah. So what we will look at is this. What are you going to say? You'll be like color, right? And then complexion, the color will come, right? So you say black. That's one of the descriptions you will give. Okay, big head, then it's a big head. Small waist is a small waist. You see, what am I saying? I'm giving you descriptions, right? And these descriptions are causing things to come into play. This is exactly what you do in CSS. Nothing more than this. And it is up to you how you want your CSS to look like, how you want your web page to look like. So you could say, okay, I want 5,000 width. Then have it. I want a black background. Have it. So what are we applying these properties to, these descriptions to? There's the next section. What are, because I'm saying like big waist. If I say big waist, and we are creating a human being. And so because of that human being, the property applies to a human being. Now, if it comes to CSS, we are applying these properties to what? Who can guess? What will we be applying the properties to? To the HTML. That's not a good term. The what? Elements. Because the elements that are the ones that are showing on the screen. So the HTML, we would say, I want this div to look black in the background. We are describing. So CSS basically, in what we do is that we describe how things should look on the web. This is everything. How CSS, that's all that is. I didn't even know I was going to say that. I should pin it on my wall somewhere. CSS is about describing how things are to look on the web. That's all that is. If you strip off all the technical values. Now, so if I want something to look blue, right? The color, and normally, so that means each item, each element on the screen possess certain properties, certain properties. Now, how can we then think about these elements? For human beings, if I say describe a human being, what are the few things you would say about it? Yeah, human beings today, man. What can you say about a human being? 2 legs, height, what else? Complexion, behavior. So human, that's it. These are the things that define a human being, right? So then the question we ask ourselves, what are the things that define an element? And for every element, say for every element is a box. Is a what? Looks like a box. So every element, a tag, what do you call it? A link, a span, a div, a header. They are all what? Boxes. Clear? Yeah. Guys, this is like on the ground. While we get this, it will fly. So everything is a box. So let me ask you, a span tag, what kind of shape do you think it will have? Virtual shape? Yes. Because a rectangle links to a box, right? A link, what do you think it would look like? Everything. What is that one? I want to say it. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, this one is so Nigerian terms. What is it? Rectangle. So let's, for the purpose of what we are doing, let's keep the box mindset by a rectangle, right? Are we good? Are we all good? Good. So that means that if we have anchor tag href like this, and we say maybe John, right? Like this. This behind the scenes is a box like this with John in it. We good? We good? And as I said, any element, I'm saying any element, say, tell your graph, any element. It's a box. It's a box. It's a box. If you have this in your mind, that means that actually CSS, we said that CSS is about describing properties of how things are supposed to look on the screen. So now we can upgrade our understanding. Say CSS is about describing what? Boxes, how boxes are to look on the screen. You see? So imagine that you are in your warehouse and there are a lot of boxes, and then you have a paint, a brush, a pencil, and you choose to say, oh, this box, I want you here, and you have a scissors. You can cut some part of the box, right? Some boxes you can join them together. Is that also? Some box you can put the whole box in the paint and then put it out there. You can do anything to the box. This is what we do on the web every single day. We are just painting boxes and displaying, and sometimes the box would like to turn it upside down in the CSS. Clear? Who is confused as that? Theory by square part. Now, how then do we write CSS? Since we know we have to describe how things must look like, how then do we what? Write CSS? And I said there are 3 types. There is what? The inline, inline styling, or in our terms, inline descriptions. Okay, there is what? Embedded styling or style sheets. And then there is what? The external. Oh, man. What do you say? We have arrived. Tell her about it, my sister. We have arrived. Now, so this one is written using, so please are you with me? As I said, so assuming that we have a span tag, span All right. And then inside the span, there is maybe go. In here, there is another attribute, and that attribute is known as style. See, style. So this style attribute, all elements have a style attribute. I think with the exception of some few ones, but all elements have what? A style attribute. So inside the style attribute, now we're going to zoom in. This is how we write our CSS. And CSS is a property value. Key pair is key pair. Property value, like the way we were looking at the forms. Property value, property value. So if it was a human being, we would say head, maybe head, hair color. Then the color would come. Heights, leg heights. Then you see, so the element, we said the element take the shape of what? Box. So boxes, what are the properties of boxes we can think of? What? The width. So we could say width. Remember, they must be in the inverted commas. All right? So width, then bring column. Say column. 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 So width, column. Then over here, what's he saying? Like a column. You are on YouTube. So width, and then in the width, for here we could write 300 px in inverted stuff like that. But this is sometimes we can just drop it out. And this gives us what? 300 pixels. So we are saying that this span box should span across how many pixels? 300. Then the box can have a background color, right? Yes. And so we want to add another property, so another description. So we have semi what? Column. Semi what? Column. You guys are not saying it right. Column. 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 So semi column. Then we can say background. But you can use background or background hyphen color. And then we say maybe yellow. Right? And the background color is going to go yellow. So once you put this, it's description. That's why. So I think, well, I get why people used to say CSS for you, because we used not to think about them in this. They are descriptions. And once you think of it as I'm describing, it's easy. You see in exam, when your lecturer says mention 5, it's easy, right? But when they say explain 5, like what's going on, right? So CSS is so easy. We say mention 10 properties you like to describe, then it's a background, color, that kind of thing. You get it? So we have width, and we separate the descriptions with what? Semi what? Color. The background color, the yellow, and then we can keep adding. So we can have heights. So this is what? This is what? Inline. 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 Good. With the embedded and external, all that we do is that we would select. You see, here we are applying this to this very element. To what? To this very element, right? Good. And this type of styling increases specificity. Oh man, because we are very specific on what? On that element. That is what we are applying the style to. But then when we come to external and embedded, and we still want to apply it to the span, then we need to select the span. We need to do what? So how do we select it? We just would reference the name of that tag, which is what? Span. Say span. And once we say span, now we need to now put in what? The properties and the what? The value. And how we do it is that we would expand ziggles here. We call it say ziggles. This is what do we call it? Curly bracket. So ziggles, and then you close it. Ziggles. So this is, you will see that once you are doing it yourself, at the point you get so put the ziggles here and yeah. So ziggles, and then what are you doing right here? You start writing, I can say width, then you say width, and then let's say 400 pixels, then semicolon. You see it? Then we come down here, height. Then we say 500 pixels. We can say background. Yep. Someone okay. Then we can say yellow. You see, but they must be within what? The seconds. Please, the secretary can remember it is scary brackets. Yes. So they will be in this curly bracket. So span curly bracket, boom. You get it. You get it. Solid. Good. But you see, we will get there. But for now, let's start applying what we just learned. All right. This is the first phase of CSS. Are we good? All right. Let's go. So I'm going to click here and create my index.html. Now, so index.html. All right. And then in here, let's do our span tag, right? So I could say span, and then in here, I'm going to put a lorem ipsum. Okay. And inside the span, what am I going to put? What attribute? Style. Style. You see? So the style I could do width, and I can say 300 pixels, like this. Okay. Now let's check it out. Well, I don't know whether it's showing 300 or not. I don't even know whether it's showing it or it's not showing it. Let's go back to the code. So let me see. Okay, the width is not showing anything. Let me use height and let me see. It should show. Why is it today? Most of the things I'm trying to show, it's not showing, eh? And then, okay, hold on. Oops. So the span is not showing. Let me change and check it. Why it is not showing today? What's up? So let me say red. Background red. Yeah, it does affect it. I think maybe that for span, so you could go to CSS specification on span element and see something about it. So you can come to these people. There's Mozilla developer.mozilla.org where you can read more about it. So I don't know. I don't know why it should show. Let's go back to our code. But then we see that we applied what? Background color, and we had red, right? I don't want the black color because I want more contrast. So I'll bring in column here, and I'll do what? Color. The color is for this text. Now, one key thing you need to understand is that we established it last 2 weeks. The English we use is what? American English. So you can't do color, you have to do what? Color. And then I can say white here. And then we can go back, check it out there, and then we have what? White on red. Are you seeing it? Good. There are also other things called padding, and I'll be explaining all of them to you shortly. So there's also padding, and I can say padding 20 pixels. And when you go there, you see that you have room around it. I seen so big, a lot of big room around the text. Okay, but it's not nice, so I'll change it. Maybe I'll just make it 2. Then now I'm going to do width. Then I'll say 300 pixels. I'm surprised it wasn't. I don't know. Okay. Let me make a smaller one. So 50 pixels. Actually, it doesn't take effect. And make it percentage to NC. Okay, so it looks like span for some weird reason is not picking. It's not picking the. Okay, well, now, so this is how we would write what? Our inline element. This is inline. Are you getting it? Now, remember something. If I come down here and I say span, and I do lorem, right? What do you expect to see? What do you expect to see? Tell me. You sure? Why? Very good. We talked about what? Specificity with the inline. So when you go back and you check, you realize that what? This guy, though he's span, it's not taking effect. These are the problems that you might face. Because if you don't understand what CSS is, you'll be like, but I apply, why is it not also applying them? Because if you are doing inline, it means that you are very, very specific on what you are applying it on. Clear? Making sense? Good. Is that? Yes, so that's what we'll be doing. So if I come here, now watch something. I could copy this whole thing. Please, I hope no one is lost. And then paste it here. Now I will change this color to yellow. And what do you see? Are you seeing that? You see that now we have 2 colors. Are you with me? Good. But then assuming that I wanted all the spans to have it, and that means I'm just going to be copying and pasting on each span that I create. Is that not it? Which might not be efficient, isn't it? So what we could do is that I'll remove this guy. Remove this guy. So that's what the inline elements are. And then come into the head. It's been a while we visited the head, right? Then I will say span. So before span, I'll say style. So there's a tag called style. Then inside the style, I will do span. Now you remember our name that we've given to the curly bracket is called what? Hey, Zegable. So you see it, you get it there. Now I could say background, and then I'll say red. Okay. Then I will say color. Then I'll say what? Black or white. Okay, now let's go back and check what you're going to see. So you see, we have selected the span. And how many spans do we have? So that means all of them are going to be selected. So we actually call this, in CSS, we will call this a selector. Say a selector. What kind of sexy eyes are you giving us this afternoon? Sleeping? Are you sure you're not sleeping? Yeah, for a moment you went off. It was like, sure. All right, so now look at it. You see, it applies to both of them. Is that not the case? Are you getting it? So if I come back and I say, okay, but then if I come here and I say style, then I say background, then I say yellow, then I say black, color black, sorry. Right? And I open it up. What do you see? So you see that the second one, because we are applying it on the inline, and we said that inline is highly specific, it will override what is up there. Making sense? Claire? Good. Good, 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 good. Should I continue? All right. Then, now, let's look for a different element, right? Let's say we have another element, div. And inside div, there is an H2 called zingables. It's nice twist me. Okay, then we have a paragraph, and then we have learn. Okay, and then we are going to have a link. And in the link, I'll say visit, read more, maybe read more. Are we good? Now, I'm going to comment these ones so that we don't confuse ourselves. And then when we come to here and we open, you see we have this kind of title with the text and what? and this link here. Are we together? Now let's see if we can style it with our embedded style sheets. All right. So watch it, and after that, you guys, I'll give you a short assignment. You do it and then we proceed. Are you with me? So remember that we are dealing with what? A box. Everything is what? So now I can come in here. You see, I can come down. So this while you separate different selectors with their styles. Then I'll say, what is that one? The other one is what? Div. So it's a div, right? And there's a lot that you're going to take from here, but bear with me, all right? So div, and then we say H2. Now, what does this mean? This means that div, inside div, so we call them descendant selectors, say descendant selectors. So every element can have children, and every child can have ancestors, and so the parent can have descendants, like your dad, you are the descendant of your great grandfather. So if you bring in space, you are trying to say that this H2 is inside what? The div. Claire, this part is really important. Are we good? Are we good? So in here, so first of all, we can target the div first. I can say div, and I can say background, and I can say olive. All right. If I go and open it up, you see this is an olive color. Are we good? Are we following? Good. I want it to be a bit smaller, not this big. So I'll go back, and then I'll say width, and I'll say maybe 450 pixels. Okay. And then when I open it, you see it, we have 450 pixels. Are we good? All right. But you can see that there are the edges, you know, and I want some space to be around it. Should I continue? Confused? Yes. So the full width of the screen is the size of your device. So normally we have ways to do responsive web design. We've not gotten there yet. So sometimes we use, instead of using fixed units like pixels, we use something like percentages. So if I say 100%, then that means that's the full width of what? Of the screen. Clear? Because you alone, and I know where the question is coming from, how am I going to calculate the full? So does it mean I should know all no. You don't need to. If you want to, you can, but you don't need to. So what we do is that we deal with what? The percentage. And sometimes we use something called like min width and max width. When we get to the responsive section, we'll talk about. So CSS is actually in depth. It's not, I'm not sure today we'll be able to cover it. Today we would water our fingers, get to know how it is. Then when we meet again, then we would build a page. If we're able to do it, we move to Flexbox, CSS grid. Then now we know we are comfortable. Then we can jump to JavaScript. As I said, we are not in competition with anybody. We are just picking things the right way. I get it. So we have Zingables is a twist, but you can see that, as I said, they are at the edges, right? So, sorry, we could come back. And then there is something called padding. You see, ladies, when you say we are wearing a pad, not the, but the pad.